Vamos ver, acho que começou. Esperando chegar a notificação. Já vou ver que horas é o jogo aqui. Era pra aparecer no Google. Deve ser as... Nossa, tá a confirmar ainda. E pessoal chegando. Nathan chegou. Vou botar aqui já no jogo. Recebi a notificação. Eu só quero ver o áudio. Aí tá tudo certo pra começar. Pessoal chegando. Nathan chegou. O áudio. Aí tá tudo certo pra começar. Ficou legal a thumbzinha, né? Eu vou compartilhar aqui antes da gente começar. Vem pra mais uma live. Vou botar no Twitter. No Facebook. E aí no Insta. Thumb aqui. Dá um print. Fica até umas 9h15 por aí. Só compartilhar a live aqui e a gente já começa. Só falta no Insta. Arrasta pra cima e vem pra live. Botar o linkzinho. Aí já era. Hoje eu postei bastante stories no Insta. Vamos ver o que o pessoal tá falando aí. Eu tomei reivindicação de direitos autorais, tipo, em uma música do jogo, tá ligado? De um artista. Só que, tipo, a música é do jogo, tá ligado? Eu detenho não os direitos, mas eu posso usar, né? Por eu ter comprado o jogo, cara. Pô. Kênia, oi, Wesley Lima já começou a ler o signo dos quatro. Aqui tá traduzido para o sinal dos quatro, cara. Comecei hoje. Li 2 capítulos, né? Bem rapidinho. Daí, claro, eu conheço a história já do Sherlock. Daí tem a Mary ali, né? E o Watson fica maravilhado por ela. E mais tarde ele vai se casar com ela. Não sabia que ela aparecia tão cedo na história. Fumando aqui no meu cachimbo, melhor estilo Sherlock. Agora, o que tem que fazer mesmo? Falando com o Watson.
Find Wharfdale Road on the map of London, Watson.
Understood, Holmes.
Vamos lá.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Here we are, Watson. 17 Wharfdale Road. Let's be careful.
You think so, Holmes? This house seems to be abandoned.
O áudio tá bom, galera?
This wheel is in good shape, but it is impossible to remove it. The pin holding it is stuck. This rope seems strong. It is short. I need something.
Então o áudio tá ótimo, beleza. Não, e no livro, né, do Sinal dos Quatro, ele já começa ali com o Holmes injetando uma cocaína, tá ligado? Tripesado o negócio. Cara loucaço. Pelo tédio, tá ligado?
Let's hurry, Holmes. This
Ele pegou a corda, né? Ah, pegou.
This wheel is in good shape, but it is impossible to remove it. The pin. Given the layer of dust accumulated in the square, this door... Closed. This lock is solid, but very old. I should be able to force it. This lock is solid, but...
What shall we do, Holmes?
Numerous footsteps. Apparently this passage is used frequently. This door was recently reinforced. Impossible to open it.
Impossible to open it. Se vocês conhecem alguma pessoa que curte Sherlock, também podem compartilhar a live, tá, galera? Sintam-se à vontade. Quanto mais gente, melhor. E agora? Será que ele vem pra cá? Acho que não, né?
Nothing of interest here.
Essa roda aqui.
This wheel is in good shape, but it is impossible to remove it. The pin... This stone was blocking the wheel. This trolley seems to be in good condition, apart from the broken... No, I can't do that. No, I can't do that. Look, if we lift a board from this window, we should be able to pass through. But first we have to get ourselves up there.
You are joking, Holmes?
Look, if we lift a board from this window, we should be able to pass through.
You are joking, Holmes?
You are joking, Holmes?
A tarred cover. No, I can't take it like that. There, this piece of tarpaulin is very thin, but solid enough for our purposes.
But what the devil are you doing, Holmes?
No, I can't do that. This trolley seems to be in good condition. Look,
You are joking, Holmes?
Peguei tudo. Tem aqui. Essa corrente não dá pra pegar. Não agora, pelo menos.
this wheel is in good shape, but it is impossible. There, by sliding this piece of tarpaulin, I was able to quite simply force the lock. Let's go in.
Incredible.
There's something here. A trapdoor.
Subir as escadas antes. Tá, vem pra cá, brother. Não tem nada aqui. Ah.
This door was recently reinforced. Impossible to open it.
O Nathan falar essa dublagem me deixa um pouco de medo, não sei porquê. Eu acho engraçada, cara. Bah, acho muito engraçada essa voz do Sherlock.
Closed.
Gavin, e aí? Tudo certo?
We must find a way to get down through it, Watson.
Incredible.
Que jeito? Com a corda, brother? Que isso?
Excellent. Now, on to the next step. I will go down alone, Watson. Try to cover for me if someone should happen along.
Understood, Holmes.
It is a stretcher that can be dismantled into two pieces. I have to find a way to take it upstairs, I think. I'll be needing it.
Só.
Here's an electrical mechanism. Turning the handle should supply it with energy. Ah, it would seem that there is a broken connection.
Tudo certo também, Gavin.
Rings, wedding rings, gold teeth. I daren't imagine where they came from.
Da onde? Do
Pincers.
Jack?
A hammer. I'll take it. This old box must have held nails a long time ago. Nothing of interest. This may come in handy. This may come in handy. This may come in handy. need something. I need something. I need something.
Uma faca?
I need something. This may come in handy.
Eu peguei
This may come in handy.
esse segundo
I
aqui.
need something. I need something.
São os
need
itens que eu tenho, vamos ver.
A coffin, recently made and already broken. A pointed poker, this is sure to come in handy. Clothing that appears to be destined to be incinerated.
Será que achamos o covil do Jack? A dublagem também parece documentário sobre a história de alguma cultura. Sim, voz bem impostadinha, né? Tipo, nada natural essa voz do Sherlock.
I need something.
Bah, brother, o que tu precisa?
Here's an electrical mechanism. Turning the handle should numerous footsteps. Apparently closed.
Aqui não dá pra usar nada com esse negócio.
I need something. I need something. This may come in handy. This may come in handy. I need something.
O que tu precisa que eu não
I
peguei?
need something.
Tem aqui.
Closed.
Parquinho ali, perdi muita coisa. Não, recém comecei aqui. Só que tu não tava na live de ontem, né? Ontem eu joguei uma boa parte do jogo também. 5 horas de live eu fiz.
Excellent. Now on to the next step.
Ai, tinha que fazer isso. Qual que é o next step?
This box is broken. The wires must be reconnected. Pray, think.
O que ele fala?
This box is broken. The wires must be reconnected. Pray, think.
Tá, entendi mais ou menos. seja isso. É isso. Eu tenho que concentrar nos que não tem nada adjacente. Esses sempre são os que tem que começar. Mas se eu começar por esse, eu posso vir pra cá, tá? Entendi. Eu posso ir pra qualquer lado? Não. É só pra esse mesmo. Aqui temos adjacente. Aqui, aqui. Aqui, aqui. Aqui, 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 tá. É isso. Ué? Nada adjacente. Aqui que não temos nada adjacente. Todos têm uma certa adjacência aqui. Esse é o último. Esse vem pra cá? Não. Ou esse é o... Esse só vai pro lado. Ah. Tá, esse vem pra cá. Não sabia. Se esse vem pra cá... Esse vem pra cá também? Não. Mas esse vem pra cá. Não? Ué? Ah, vem pra cá. E esse vem pra cá? Não. Não, esse vem pra cá. Vem. Tá. Não era esse que vinha pra cá? Ai, é esse. Vou começar por esse lado, então. Aqui. Ai. Eu me confundo, cara. Não vai vir. Que tá difícil. Bah, ontem não recebi a notificação. Fiquei toda hora no celular. Putz. Não sei se me segue nas redes sociais. Eu tô sempre divulgando lá quando eu abro live. Ah, vem pra cá.
Elementary.
Cachimbo me ajuda muito a pensar. O puzzle que eu resolvi ontem, assim, ó. Coisa de louco, velho.
Perfect, Watson.
Claudio Sanches, cheguei do Insta, boa, velho. Que tal o que tava faltando?
This bent key just needs a little repair job to make it usable.
Aí a gente faz o seguinte, ó. Isso aqui tem que botar a chave com ele fechado. Uhum.
No, I can't do that.
Ah, o martelo.
No, I can't do that.
Isso? Uhum. O martelo, cara. Quebra a chave. É isso, peguei tudo aqui da sala. Aparentemente. Aí, nós vem. Como é que é
The
aqui?
fuse box is burned. The lift is blocked.
Eu tenho que encontrar outra saída. Aqui tem uma porta, meu galito.
Let's hope that it really is the key to this door.
E era.
And so, Holmes?
Bah, o cara nem responde o Watson, tá ligado?
What are we doing, Holmes?
This wheel is in good shape, but it is impossible. This wheel is in good shape.
Isso aqui será?
This wheel is in good shape.
Não é aqui.
This trolley seems to be in good condition. Apart. This
Ele só
trolley
vai
seems to
falar
be in good condition.
isso.
This trolley seems to be in good condition. No, I can't do that. No, I can't do that. No, I can't do that.
Sei lá o que tem pra fazer aqui. Será que eu tenho que entrar na casa de novo e... Vamos ver. E pegar isso. Óbvio. Verdade, Sherlock ele ignora legal. Boa, Gavin. Valeu por lembrar, deem um like, deixem um like na live. A gente tem conseguido uma média bem boa de espectadores, galera. Valeu mesmo. Fazer muita live aqui no canal do Sherlock.
This wheel is in good shape.
Tá, vamos dar lá no outro. É onde mesmo? Aqui, né? A gente vai jogar todos os jogos Sherlock Holmes.
This trolley seems to be in good. No, I can't do
Ah,
that.
brother, sei lá então. Que é isso, meu?
Look, if we lift.
You are joking, Holmes?
Não lembro de ter outra interação além dessas com o carrinho. Ah, vamos ver. Ah, tem duas, eu tenho que consertar, óbvio. Maca de madeira. Cadê a maca?
This trolley seems to be in good condition. No, I can't do that.
Então é na outra, meu, sei lá. Sei lá, my brothers. Aí, pessoal, já deixou o like, valeu aí. Não abaixa e fala do pino emperrado, pelo amor de Deus.
This wheel is in good shape.
Ai, brother. Aqui eu consigo voltar lá embaixo.
Numerous footsteps. Tá, então essa maca serviria pra quê? Clothing that appears. A coffin recently made.
Anda, Sherlock. Que isso, velho. Pro outro lado. Não tem mais nada pra fazer, nenhuma interação. Nada pra pegar. É bem melhor no jogar em primeira pessoa, velho.
This wheel is in good shape.
Tem que abusar mais da primeira pessoa. É, mas algumas interações são limitadas.
Look, if
You are joking, Holmes?
this trolley seems to be in good condition. No, I can't do that.
Ah, pelo amor de Deus, velho. Era isso. Ai, quebrando a cabeça.
Look, if we lift a board from this.
You are joking, Holmes?
No, I can't do that. This trolley seems to be in good.
Tá aí, já fiz a escada aqui, brother. Põe a escada aí.
Look, if we lift a board from this window, we should be able to pass through.
You are joking, Holmes?
Não, não vai ser aqui agora. Interação.
This wheel is in good shape, but it is impossible to remove it. The pin holding it is stuck.
Ah, isso aí, se quiserem compartilhar, meu. Né, qualquer ajuda é super bem-vindo aí. Tem uma galera legal que curte um Sherlock. Ah, porque a porta fechou, achei que não teria mais interação aqui. Até pra vir aqui pra cima, pra tirar aquele negócio da janela, pra descer a escada, talvez. Não?
This door was recently
Desce, Sherlock. Ai, tinha mais coisa aqui.
These little metal instruments are rather curious. These jars contain chemical products. I have no idea what. Some makeup applicators. Some makeup applicators.
Tá, o bastão de metal vai servir pra levantar o um negócio emperrado ou tirar o pino, sei lá.
This little instrument will serve perfectly as a pin punch.
But what the devil are you doing, Holmes?
Tá aí, meu. Botou aí só pra... Ah, tirou a roda dessa pra botar na outra.
Elementary.
But what the devil are you doing?
No, I can't do that.
Por que não?
Look, if we...
You are joking, Holmes.
This stone was blocking the wheel. Excellent. Now, on to the next step.
Boa, Cláudio. Boa. Ajuda bastante, meu. Bah. Muita gente, né? Vem por indicação, se o cara indica. Agora nós sobe.
I hope this ladder will support my weight.
É magro, Sherlock. Por isso não faz sentido botar o Henry Cavill pra te interpretar.
Let's go.
My God, Holmes. Where are we?
For us to find out, my friend. This woman is dead, Watson.
Yes, several days ago, Holmes. But the body is perfectly preserved. No odor, no visible decomposition.
Aquele cartaz de magia ali nos diz alguma coisa, né? Será que aqui eles reinterpretaram como magia negra os assassinatos do Jack?
Glass eyes in all shapes and all colors.
Look, Holmes, a label from the London hospital. It must be a corpse stolen from the London...
Exatamente.
Strange smell. What do you think, Watson?
A zinc chloride solution without a doubt. A product generally injected into cadavers to help preserve them.
This cheap jewel must be an accessory of some sort. This may come in handy.
Nathan, claro, já li sim o Desentura em Série, inclusive lá no nosso canal, o Quarto dos Gêmeos, tem muitos vídeos de desventuras. Muito mesmo. Tem até a tatuagem do olho da CSC no tornozelo. Guilherme Salvatore, oi, tudo certo? Bora solucionar os casos aí com o Sherlock.
The lips have been colored and the rings around the eyes carefully camouflaged. Yes, somebody wanted to give the impression of life.
To what end?
These clothes are new, just like the deceased's dress. I imagine her clothes were changed. Look at this photo. It is inscribed Ethel Broome Street, 1851 to 1878. This young woman who died 10 years ago
10
looks
anos
like
de
the one
preservação.
stretched out on this table.
Acho que não, hein?
Watson, this corpse was embalmed and made up and dressed to look like a woman who had died 10 years
Exatamente.
earlier.
Exatamente. Ele tá sendo montado pra se parecer com esse, mas não é o mesmo corpo.
Some makeup applicators.
Ah, sai do caminho aí, Watson. Todo meu amor a você, meu lights. Mamãe.
This old photo shows a young man dressed after the fashion of an employee in front of a shop.
Espiritualismo, contato com outra vida. Príncipe Alexander Raskolnikov. Está agora a serviços mais humildes. Seus dons extraordinários de adivinhação lhe permitem chamar seus entes queridos de volta à vida diante de seus olhos.
Amusing. The man in the photo taken in 1883 and the one on Prince Raskolnikov's leaflet are one and the same, and no more a prince or a Russian than you or I, Watson. All is clear, Watson. A charlatan passing himself as a prince, making the dead come back by using corpses as puppets.
Which explains the disappearance of corpses at the London hospital. It was to fuel this sordid entertainment.
Mais coisa aqui pra pegar. Vai, cara, anda.
It's a puzzle box. Let's see if I can open it.
Vai agora. 3. Será que... O que tem que fazer? Três. Então, não posso mudar nada aqui. Aqui. Ah, peguei. Pô, 2. Será que... Ah, aqui, não? Sete menos 5 igual a 2. Será que é isso? É. Tá. 6. Então vai ser sempre por menos subtração. Será que é isso? Que seria 0. Então, 5 mais 3, 8. Nove, 10, 11. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Seria 4. 8. Aqui, 4. 8, 9, 10, 11. Aí daria 6. 6 de novo. Cinco. 11, não. 9, 5. 14 menos 8, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. É esse. Não, não é. Eu acho que é sempre nessa ordem aqui. Mais e menos. Ali eu não entendi como foi.
There we are. Magnificent. This square object is very unusual.
Instruções. O corpo será levado hoje ou amanhã por 2 homens contratados pelo chefe. Eles serão identificados por um triângulo... Rinite. Um triângulo e um quadrado presos por uma fita vermelha.
This letter speaks of a sign of recognition. Interesting.
Aqui tá o item. Já foi tudo, será? Tem a porta ainda, né? Eu não abri.
This door was recently reinforced. Impossible to open it.
Acho que é isso. A gente já tem o triângulo.
Holmes, I hear a cab stopping in the courtyard. Someone's coming.
It is probably the dealers, Watson, but instead of running, what if we were to meet them, if we managed to win their trust?
You are joking, Holmes?
Eles usam muito esse mesmo áudio do You Are Joking, Holmes.
Well, then, you best tell me why you're here. Otherwise, I'll make you talk myself. Well, then, you best tell me why you're here. Otherwise, I'll make...
Ah, preciso do item.
Oi, what you doing there, you? It's private in here.
Calm down. We aren't here as tourists. We have come to collect our packet.
Oh, well then, you just had to say. I was told that you weren't no tramps, but I weren't expecting that you was... Given your get-up, I guess your boss.
Yes. Yes.
Well, the subject ain't ready yet. I ain't done with it yet. You'll have to come back.
Well, that's, a real problem.
Say, we have personal orders too, for some organs. You wouldn't know where we can find them.
What type then?
Kidney, uterus.
Oi, I don't hack up my dollies. That's the work of an artist.
But you wouldn't happen to have a colleague who might furnish this type of item?
No, you can't make a copper doing that nowadays. Since the bigwigs made it easy to get stiffs, the medical schools are bursting with bodies to carve up. Docs and students have got all they need. Business is dead. For a few coppers, hospital bloke might help you out, but I don't know for sure. They'd be right in for it if they got caught. It probably just ain't worth it.
I understand. And what do you do with the corpses once you're finished with them?
I don't bother myself with that. For one thing's for sure, after the seance they're good for nothing but chucking out. I ain't Napoleon's embalmer.
Well, if you'll excuse...
You've got a funny way of talking, you.
Oi, it's normal. He's a brain, you see. A thinker at that. Seize you round, old man.
So, Holmes, the corpses that have disappeared from the London hospital are used during seances. Nothing to do with organ trafficking.
Yes, it all suggests nothing of the kind is underway in London. In the medical world, all dealings would be visible, not to mention unnecessary. The crook we met confirmed this viewpoint. It's hard to imagine, therefore, that our Whitechapel killer perpetrated these massacres with the goal of selling the organs.
What lead should we follow now, Holmes?
Try to learn more about Tumblety. This squibby should give us some information, but first I must stop the journalist Tom Bulling from harming him. I hope my secret police will soon have some information on him. While we wait, Watson, I would ask you to inform your colleagues of your recent discoveries. It would be good if these morbid, ghostly spectacles stopped, and this will need to be done at the London hospital.
You are right, Holmes. Another false lead followed by the police, Holmes? Yesterday's Times says that a John Fitzgerald who had claimed responsibility for the murder of Annie Chapman has finally been released. He was, it says, lying.
That's of little importance, Watson.
It's incredible. It's been more than 3 weeks since the murderer struck, and the tension is as strong as ever. The press won't stop talking about him, and people are still full of fear. Perhaps the killer got what he wanted, people talking about him, and has chosen to stop committing crimes. What do you think, Holmes?
I doubt it, Watson. Everything leads me to believe that he is in hiding and waiting for the right moment. The area is packed with police, and that would obviously hamper his work.
You think he will start again, Holmes?
I have every reason to believe nothing will stop him short of his arrest or his death. Sadly, our investigation has reached a dead end, and I fear that we'll need another victim to get back on track.
Yes, how awful. And what of the case of the burnt mat? Have you resolved that?
Oh, that's a matter of little interest, and resolving will be of no benefit, above all to Miss Fleming. Ha! I hear the footsteps of my faithful Wiggins on the stairs. The game is afoot again, Watson.
Mr. Holmes, the scribbler resurfaced. At last word, Pounce saw him racing to Central News Agency where he works.
Excellent, Wiggins. And still nothing on the doctor?
Sorry, Mr. Holmes. He's one sleek yank, but we'll find him.
Good work. Here's something for you. I must leave you, Watson. If I can get my hands on this bulling, I will have much more interesting news on the bothersome Tumblety. I have only to change. If you can, Watson, I entreat you to stay here and await my word. We may not be more than two when the time to act comes.
You can count on me, Holmes.
Não sei.
Ah, vou aproveitar e vou ligar o fogo.
Aham.
Já devolvo, vou aproveitar e ligar o fogo.
Uhum.
Cheiro bom, tem esse negócio.
Aham.
I must go to the Central News Agency. I'm at the press agency where bulling works. I would imagine these are compartments to organize. Queen Victoria, to keep the journalists on their toes, I suppose.
What do you want?
It would be very informative to search Bulling's desk before meeting him, but first I must get rid of this bothersome person, perhaps by offering him a scoop.
What do you want?
It would be very informative. Good evening. I'm looking for Tom Bulling, the journalist.
He isn't here. He must be sleeping off somewhere. He gave me
Quem
a
não
tip.
entendeu o que eu fiz,
He
eu
wanted to save a scope for me.
selecionei aquele
He always
pôster
gets a good dirt, and yet when he comes in here, it's just a wall
pra
behind.
oferecer pra esse cara pra
Look,
ter um furo
he pulled his
jornalístico.
desk over the stove.
Listen, Scoop, I'm bringing it over. Only if Bulling isn't here, I'm leaving.
Wait, what's this scoop?
Bulling promised me a reward for info. There's a charlatan who does spiritualist seances that are a little bit special. He steals corpses from the morgue, puts makeup on them, dresses them up, and then uses them as puppets.
I'll give you your dues. We'll pay you if this info is true.
I'll write down the address of the hideout on the crook's leaflet, but the police will be in on this one, so you'd better get there in time.
Understood. I'll go alone. Too bad for Bulling.
Hey, you wouldn't have a little something in advance?
Look on Bulling's desk. I know that he always leaves a few coins around for his snitches. Cheers.
Watson won't be pleased that I'm divulging the case, but I don't see any other way. A telephone, a device that enables you to talk with anyone in London, provided the receiver has a telephone too. A telephone, a device...
Me permitam defender-me contra as acusações caluniosas contra mim. Sr. Bulling gasta todo o seu tempo nos insalubres de casa de bebidas. É durante essas visitas que eu pego as melhores informações. É quando estou em contato direto com um homem
Even
comum.
handwriting, yet fairly recognizable. This is Bulling's desk, the one closest to the stove. These are Bulling's notes. They are of little interest at the moment, but one never knows. Some coins. I will take them. That will avoid suspicion if the journalist returns. A charred match. This may come in handy. The fire has almost gone out, but the stove is still burning hot. Bulling recently used the stove. A torn piece of blotting paper. Curious, curious. It looks like someone wanted to destroy this piece of blotting paper that had red ink on it. I can make out a few more letters, but backwards. I need something to help me. A mirror.
Sr. Moore, tenho notado que um de seus empregados, Thomas Bulling, chegou na reunião embriagado. Sei que você é indulgente para com este jornalista, mas este comportamento é inaceitável. Diretor
Bulling's
assistente.
boss, Mr. Moore, seems to be protecting the journalist.
Oi, Gabriela Coutinho. Tudo bem?
By putting this piece of blotting paper in front of the mirror, I can read what is written.
Informações sobre o assassino de Whitechapel. Dar um telefonema para o A.
Apparently, our journalist gets his information by telephone too. Sadly, the name is almost erased. A mirror.
É aquele que a gente pegou as informações do... através daquele anagrama que eu tive que criptografar, descriptografar. O que temos aqui? É isso?
I need more information. A mirror. A mirror. A mirror.
A mirror.
I would imagine these are compartments. If I telephone one of Bulling's contacts pretending to be his assistant, I might let...
Que lento. Quatorze, 31, 16, 16. O Alesbi. 1893. 1431.
I need more information. I need more information.
Ah, tem que ter outra coisa aqui. 1893.
I need more information.
Acho que precisa de outro papel, se pá. Já revirei aqui. Essas moedas têm datas também. Será que seria isso? Vou tentar 17 e 18.
I need more information.
Acho que aqui. E agora, qual a lógica por trás disso? Será que tem alguma outra coisa que vai ficar aqui desse lado?
I need more information.
Se alguém tiver uma ideia aí do que fazer, só fala no chat.
A mirror. A mirror.
Tipo, não tem mais nada na sala, meu. Que dê pra interagir.
A charred match. I would imagine these are compartments to organize the papers in.
Cara, é isso. Nenhum número. Te devo uma. Em 1883, talvez. Essa foi a mensagem que eu codifiquei. Wharfdale. Deve ser o mesmo cara. Daqui ou se. Vamos ver. Não, não é. 1883.
need more information. I need more information. This page has some light ink stains.
Ah.
It contains a list of telephone numbers. This page has some light ink stains. It contains a list of telephone numbers. This page has some light ink. I need more information.
Qual informação tu precisa, brother?
This page has some light ink stains. It contains a list of telephone numbers.
A única vez que eu conversei com ele.
This page has some light ink stains. It contains a list of telephone numbers.
Saquei as moedas? Cadê as moedas? Ah, eu já botei ali.
I need more information.
Como é que vai ter mais informação se não consigo achar nada aqui? Nenhum número, nada.
A charred match. A charred match. A charred match.
Isso aqui é pra sair?
I need more information.
Aonde tá essa informação, cara?
A mirror. I would imagine these are compartments. I would imagine these are compartments to organize the paper's incoming dispatches.
Ai. On you seria? Será? Não tem nada. I own you. Te devo uma. Te devo uma. Isso tá escrito no...
This page has some light ink stains. It contains a list of telephone numbers.
Tem um espelho que eu não posso usar.
A mirror. A mirror.
Cara, não tem nada no cenário que tenha um número, algo assim. Muito difícil. Ah, esse jogo é muito difícil, cara.
A mirror. A mirror. A mirror. A mirror.
Ninguém tem alguma ideia do que pode ser?
This page has some light ink stains. It contains a list of telephone numbers.
Eu já tentei com os 2 papéis, não dá.
I need more information.
Faca, eu tenho faca e os 2 negócios aqui.
I would imagine these are compartments to organize the paper's incoming Queen Victoria to keep the journal. I need more information.
Onde é que tem informação, velho? Eu peguei tudo que tava na mesa do cara.
A charred match. A charred match. A charred match.
Olha, minha ideia é bem idiota, mas tenta colocar os números de trás pra frente. Vamos ver. Não custa tentar. É 1341. 134. Que ele fala que precisa de mais informação, sabe? Isso que me encasqueta.
I need more information.
Não é também. Informações sobre assassino de Whitechapel. Dar um telefonema para o A. Provavelmente aquele O A lesbi que aparece ali que tá sem número. Eu tinha conseguido o número dele, mas como?
I have no reason to go that way. I have no reason to go that way.
O A lesbi. Será que esse nome é um anagrama? Um E com Y e W? Acho que tem que ficar outro papel aqui. Bianca Bear, cheguei atrasado. Ah, mas nos ajuda aí, a gente tá empacado aqui num puzzle.
I need more information.
Cara, o Alesb? Será que eu já falei com o Alesb? Tem que achar nos diálogos. Vou anotar o endereço do esconderijo no folheto crocodilo, mas por estará lá então, é melhor você chegar. Entendi, eu vou só muito ruim pro Bunny. E aí, você não tem as coisas um pouco antecipadamente? Olha na mesa do Bunny. Sei que ele sempre deixa algumas moedas em volta para seus informantes. Felicidades, eu garimpei toda a mesa do cara. O Alesb, velho. Te devo uma. Te devo uma. Não faz sentido, cara.
I need more information.
Bah, meu, eu não posso sair daqui, não tem mais o que fazer.
A mirror.
Tudo. Esse lixo aqui não tem nada. (1853) Vamos tentar, mas por que seria 1853? Qual seria a lógica? Puder me falar como chegou nessa lógica?
I need more information.
Ele fala sempre isso, eu preciso de mais informação, cara. Então, tipo, não é tipo, isso tá errado, tá ligado? Acho que era pra ter outro papel aqui no lugar desse.
This page has some light ink stains. It contains a list of telephone numbers. This page has some light ink stains. It contains a list of telephone numbers.
Esse o Alesb
This
aqui, velho.
page has some light ink stains. It contains a list of telephone numbers.
Tipo, eu não posso usar item, eu não posso fazer nada aqui, sabe? Por que eu tô com esses papéis como item? Isso que tá me intrigando, cara.
I need more information. I need more information.
Whitechapel.
I need more information.
Cara, eu já garimpei toda a sala, velho. Cadê o teu isqueiro? Não caiu no sofá?
Acabei de olhar no celular. Tá tudo aí, acho.
Fiz essa lógica por conta das últimas letras do nome do cara. Achei que formaria 1853, mas parece que não foi dessa vez. Pois é, cara. É que tá faltando alguma coisa, entendeu? Para dar um telefonema para WA. WA. Que é o Alesby. W e A. Vamos ver se tem alguma lógica com essas duas letras aqui. Meu, não tem, velho. Não tem, cara. WA. Qual letra do alfabeto é o W? Qual letra do alfabeto é o W? Vinte e três zero um eu vou tentar. WA, né?
I need more information.
Tipo, a minha lógica foi W, 23ª letra do alfabeto, 01, a primeira, o A. Eu preciso de mais informação, velho. Fica falando isso. Esse que é o problema.
I need more information.
Brother, como é que vou ter mais informação se eu não posso sair daqui, cara? Esses papéis não tem nada, velho, que eu possa usar neles.
A charred match.
Eu não quero usar detonado. Mas tá faltando alguma coisa. Tipo, eu realmente tô trancado aqui.
I would imagine these are compartments to organize the paper's incoming dispatches.
Procurando por números aqui, mas... perto da mesa dele. Aqui dentro desse negócio. Não tem como se abaixar. Tipo, essa é a visão que eu tenho, tá ligado? O pessoal tá falando. Tento colocar o 01 ao contrário, mas aí fica 10, não tem. E ele fala que tá faltando informações, sabe? Esse que é o problema. Esse é o maior problema. Tipo, eu preciso de mais informações.
I need more information.
É esse aqui, meu.
This page has some light ink stains. It contains a list of telephone numbers. This
Esta
page
parte
has
tem
some
alguns
light ink
manchas de
stains. It
tinta.
contains a list of telephone numbers.
Tá 0123, sei lá. Inverteu o WA, mas daí não faria
I
sentido.
need more information.
Cara, acho que vou ter que olhar detonado pra ver qual informação tá faltando, porque eu peguei tudo dessa sala, velho. Acho que eu tô preso nela, deixa eu ver se eu não posso sair. Rua Fleet. Acho que não tem nem número.
I have no reason to go that way. I have no reason to go that. I have no reason to go that. I have no re. I have no. I have no re. I have no re.
Tipo, eu não posso sair da sala, meu. Então, eu vou recorrer ao detonado pra ver se tem uma coisa a ser feita, cara. Porque senão a gente vai... Sim, é difícil demais. O cara tem que adivinhar várias coisas, assim, sabe? Tipo, pô, meu. Que não tem nada. Tipo, nada nítido, assim. Eu já interagi com tudo. Vamos ver, Sherlock. Pode, provavelmente eu já vou ver o número ali, né? Deixa eu ver. Veja moedas, a lista de contato. And imprint of a coin, tá? Que é o... The imprint is that on the coin. Ah, eu não acredito que é isso, velho. Vamos ver. Mas cara, eu fiz isso. Eu até vou ver. Aqui, ó. Eu botei 1875. Tipo, é a mesma. Foi a primeira coisa que eu botei, cara. Será que ele vai falar? Eu preciso de informações? Porque é isso que fala. Porque é essa aqui, daí tipo, não tem o número do cara, mas tem o desenho disso aqui. Velho, eu fiz isso, meu. Cara, eu fiz isso, meu.
Walesby 1875, if you will. Thank you, I will wait.
Foi a primeira coisa que eu fiz, meu.
Walesby, I am listening.
Hello, my dear man. I'm calling on behalf of Tom Bulling.
Bulling? So you know where this hypocrite, this liar, this...
Not at all. He is currently unobtainable. In the meantime, he has left me with a note asking me to pursue his work, and he told me that you were aware.
That's just great. I dropped everything off at his agency, but he didn't even bother to do the same for me. Tell me he at least gave you the
Oh,
information.
vocês viram, né? Foi uma das primeiras coisas que eu botei o 1875.
I am ready, sir. I'm listening.
Do the police have a suspect for the bizarre theft of cigarettes and carrots that took place at the commercial street market?
Preciso ter um suspeito do bizarro roubo de cigarros e cenouras que aconteceu no mercado da rua comercial. Larguei tudo de suas agências. Larguei tudo em sua agência, mas ele não se preocupou em fazer o mesmo por mim. Diga-me, pelo menos. Ele lhe deu as informações que eu estava pedindo em troca. Estou pronto, senhor. Estou ouvindo. A polícia tem um suspeito do roubo bizarro de cigarros e cenouras que aconteceu no mercado da rua comercial. Acho que é aqui pela loja. Bizarro roubo. Acho que seria estar à procura de um coelho que tussa. Porque cigarros e cenoura. Tipo, é a única lógica. A polícia tem um suspeito. A polícia é Scotland Yard.
I think, according to Bulling, that Inspector Lestrade's team is looking for a rabbit with a bad cough.
Ah, damned Bulling. One day he'll be in some serious trouble for mocking the police.
A polícia é qualquer coisa.
Can you tell me, with regards to the parliamentary scandal, what did the head of the Whig Party respond to the Tories who were treating him as a great incompetent?
Que diz respeito a escândalos parlamentares, o que o chefe do partido Whig respondeu aos conservadores que estão tratando ele como grande incompetente. Ah, não, acho que estava certo, então. O que diz respeito a escândalos parlamentares, que o chefe respondeu. Eu posso botar aqui. Escândalo parlamentar que o chefe do partido Whig respondeu aos conservadores. Então não é o chefe dos conservadores, é depois. É isso.
According to Bulling, the head of the Whigs said, "Vote for me, I will be your best representative."
Good. That'll make for a good paper. There is one last question. According to a government social study, civil servants make the best husbands. Why?
Segundo um estudo social do governo, os funcionários públicos são os melhores maridos. Por quê? Que isso? Quando ele chega em casa do trabalho, ele nunca está cansado e já leu o jornal.
I believe I can confirm that it is because civil servants aren't tired and have already read the paper when they come home from work.
Very true. Good. It seems like Bulling has finally done his work.
As everything is all in order, can you now tell me where the information is that you sent to the agency?
Yes. There is a large brown envelope near the dispatch cabinet. It's in there that we exchange our tips with Bulling.
1,000 thanks. Goodbye, sir.
My salutations to Bulling.
There are several documents in this file. Let's see.
Spring Hill Jack, o terror de Londres, personagem fantástico, primeira aparição em 1837, associado a vários ataques escapadas ocorridas em Londres e em outras partes da Inglaterra. O herói custa um centavo e com apresentações teatrais, popular sucesso financeiro garantido. É só isso?
I wonder why Bulling is studying this tale about Spring Hill Jack so meticulously.
Terror de Londres, Spring Hill Jack, o assassino Phantom, a lâmina do açougueiro, o açougueiro de Whitechapel, o Dr. Morte, o Estripador de Londres, o sangrador, a colheita sangrenta.
What does that mean?
Sr. Charles Moore, agradeço-lhe por este depoimento sobre o assassino de Whitechapel, onde nos aconselhou a prosseguir. Não iremos esquecer disso. Inspetor Aberline.
Well, a piece of information about the murders transmitted exclusively to the police without informing the press. That has piqued my curiosity. Perhaps I should go to the police station to get more information.
Então... CM.
What does that mean? I've inspected everything, but there's no sign of Bulling. He must have dashed off to his HQ, the Wasp's Nest. However, before I go to see him, I should find out about this mysterious information. It could help me get something out of the journalist. To the police station, then.
Esse jogo é... Cara, precisa ter muita paciência.
Let's
Muito.
go to the police station.
Come, back again, are we? Come this way, good man. The inspector has a few questions to ask you. Here is the man, Inspector.
Congratulations, Humphreys. So, my lad, one would say that you owe us a bit of an explanation for having left something with us. What is your full name and profession?
Sherlock Holmes, consulting detective.
Well, how about that?
Mr. Holmes, can you explain this get-up, your presence in the neighbourhood despite my instructions, as well as this most opportune restitution of jewels?
Firstly, I should tell you that not being under your command, I never understood what you said as an order, but rather as advice. I thought I would be wise to follow them to a certain extent. I intended to explain the stolen goods sooner or later. My presence here will allow me to fill you in on a few conclusions that...
If it is in regard to the Whitechapel murders, it won't help us much. We have no doubt that we will be revealing the identity of the murderer to the people in the area in a day or two.
I'm impressed, Inspector, and I offer you my sincerest congratulations. Nonetheless, you should investigate a certain doctor.
Listen, Holmes, let us do our work. You've rid us of a great pain in the rear end by finding those jewels for us. It's weeks of work that you've saved us. But I think you're a little underqualified for a case like that of Jack the Ripper. Until it's over, I demand that you do not set foot in the area. Is that clear?
I take note of your advice, Inspector. You mentioned Jack the Ripper. Pardon me, but you know the name of the murderer?
Oh, it's from a letter that the Central News Agency sent our way. It was written by the killer. And even if it can't be proven, it must be recognised that the signature is striking. This information is confidential, and I would ask you to keep it to yourself, Holmes.
Can I have a little look? Out of mere curiosity, Inspector. Then I shall disappear.
In that case, I don't see any objection.
Thank you so much.
Querido chefe, eu continuo a ouvir que a polícia me pegou, mas não vai me prender ainda. Eu rio quando eles parecem ser tão inteligentes e falam sobre estar no caminho certo. Eu odeio prostitutas e não vou parar de estripá-las até me cansar. Eu amo meu trabalho e quero recomeçar de novo. Você vai logo ouvir sobre os meus joguinhos engraçados, haha. É o próximo trabalho, vou cortar os ouvidos delas e enviá-los para os policiais, por pura diversão. Minha faca está tão bonita e afiada, eu quero começar a trabalhar imediatamente, se eu tiver uma chance. Boa sorte, atenciosamente, Estripador. PS, estão dizendo que eu sou um médico agora, haha.
Me? Not up to discovering who Jack the Ripper is? Well, we'll soon find out, won't we, Inspector Aberline? I know who wrote the Dear Boss letter signed Jack the Ripper that Inspector Aberline gave me, and, above all, I now know why. This Tom Bulling was inspired by this fantastical character to build a myth out of the Whitechapel killer. Perhaps he would be receptive if I shared my discovery about him and prevent him from accusing Squibbly. I must find him at once. My best bet would be to try my luck at the pub.
Acabou o café. Vamos para o pub então, né?
Ah, Holmes, I got your message, and here I am.
Perfect, Watson. Perfect, Watson. That oaf Bluto is looking for us with evil intentions, and he may be hiding here. I will try to get more information inside. You, Watson, will be our lookout, and at the slightest suspicious sound, do not hesitate to call the constable on his rounds. Good evening, Mr. Bulling.
We know each other?
No, however, I have some information that may be of interest to you.
Talk, my friend. A pint for you if what you say is worth something. Does it have to do with the Whitechapel murders?
Indeed, I know the identity of the man who wrote a letter to the police, a letter entitled Dear Boss, in which the author claims to be the Whitechapel murderer and is signed Jack the Ripper.
What?
It's a journalist who is inspired by Spring-Heeled Jack in order to strengthen the credibility and the seriousness of his agency. This new Jack will give him some first-hand information that he, in turn, will dole out sparingly to the authorities, as well as some carefully distilled indiscretions that the big papers will come to beg of him. He plays both sides off against one another and becomes the chief orchestrator of the rumour. He wrote this letter in this very spot, and he has red ink on his fingers. Like you.
What exactly are you after, my friend?
You've been threatening a certain Squibby to distribute a telegram naming him as a possible suspect in these murders in revenge for an old feud. I would suggest you don't write this note and that you leave Squibby alone.
I'd forgotten about the existence of that rapscallion. I threw that at him when I was visiting the station to get the dope. You should have seen his face.
You must also stop sending these letters that waste the authorities' precious time.
Right, well, I don't even know what you're talking about. I have a great relationship with the Bobbies. Just ask around. I don't have to answer to nobody. Now leave me alone.
Farewell, sir.
Good riddance.
No, if Bluto sees me, it...
Hey, you wouldn't be the gas man that Bluto's looking for.
Don't know him.
Yes, sir.
Let's hurry to the police station, Watson. We are close to our goal. Squibby will be able to reveal what he knows about Tumblety. Squibby, so that's it. You're a free man again. We were just coming to the station to find you.
Yeah, the Bobbies agreed to let me go, and I came to see Bluto before ferreting you out. So, you've seen the newspaper man?
Ah, sempre no
Yes,
cafezinho.
he is in the pub and everything is taken care of, but I'm waiting to hear what you have to say about Dr. Tumblety.
Okay, but we have to be quick. One night, I goes to see Bluto in his hideout that ain't far from the boarding house where this Tumblety bloke has a room. I see him coming in too. He must have been on one real binge. To the point, the Tumblety fella was there, and he smiles at me, all nice like. He tells me he's a great Yankee doctor, but my business interests him. I'm interested, I tell him, but I'm not the type to just jump right in without getting to know a person, see? He invites me around to his room to talk business, just him and me. We empty a bottle or two, and all of a sudden, like, he wants to show me what he's got in this big trunk that he always carts around places. I just about vomited, see? In these jars, just like pickles, you know, there were pieces of meat. And he whispers that it's the lady bits of some old dames. He called them peckymins. I call them love killers, I would. Yuck! After that, he starts to go on about rich folk. They ain't nothing but dogs, and I won't tell you the worst of it. Then he comes all close to me and puts his sweaty hand on my leg. He was one of them types, not me. I don't wait a second before I give him a good thrashing, and I start running and let go of him, and he still wants to see me again, just to talk business. But then I had to do time, so business.
Do you know where he can be found?
Why, ain't he in his digs? Maybe he got to liking life behind bars too. I heard that in some jobs, there's a way to.
Thank you for your information, and we'll meet again, my friend. Here is the sum I promised to get you out of London.
Ta, fella. I've just got a little score to settle with Bluto, and I'm heading for the country. Lipski!
My dear Watson, we must strike while the iron is hot. We have avoided meeting Dr. Tumblety until now. The time has come to do so.
Do you have an opinion, Holmes?
We must assure ourselves that the factor collector of female organs and a murderer who removes said organs are resident in the same area at the same time is nothing more than coincidence.
I thought that you wouldn't bring me back your keys. It's... Oh, it's you, Mr. Holmes. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Indeed, it is I again. One of your tenants left without returning his keys?
Yes, it's Dr. Tumblety whom we spoke about. Shortly after your last visit here, some constables came and asked me a few questions regarding him. Barely had they left than the doctor came barreling around a street corner and rushed up into his room upstairs. A little while afterwards, while I was tidying, I heard a thud in his room and a rush down the stairs. He left with most of his bags, but without returning his keys. You can go up and see if you wish. The door is still open.
Que dá umas quedas de FPS no mouse, essa parte do mapa. Vai.
Careful, Watson. Do not walk around here until I've inspected these marks.
I know, Holmes, I know. I understand your methods. Ah, you have your rule and magnifying glass. I thought that you had forgotten them, Holmes.
I never forget the essentials, my dear Watson. Right foot, light trails. The man was running. Right foot, light trails. Right foot, light trail. This isn't water. Going by its sticky texture and odor, I'd say we're dealing with formalin. This isn't water. This isn't water.
E aí?
Size 13. These are the footprints of a tall man who had recently stepped in formalin and who left this room in a hurry.
Well, can I walk on it and enter the room now, Holmes?
Bianca falou. Williams é o próprio Sherlock, tava até com cachimbo, claro. Bem parecido com o do Sherlock. Comecei a fumar cachimbo por causa do Sherlock Holmes. Personagem que eu sempre gostei muito.
These footprints are the same as those found. There are a few pieces of a large glass jar in this puddle. These footsteps must be those of Squibby. He must have hit Tumblety, who...
And he ran out. Elementary, Holmes.
Perfect, Watson. Going by its size, this enormous trunk must be a wardrobe. These brackets are rather unusual. What do you think, Watson?
Let's see, Holmes. These are the names of the battles from the American Civil War.
Let's see. 5 latches, each fitted with a 6-number combination system.
Opa. Eita, nós. O dia seguinte, a chave. O que seriam esses? Sei lá, velho. Examinar essas coisas, ver se tem alguma coisa aqui. Caro Francis, é impossível nos encontrar novamente. Prosseguir com a nossa relação colocaria em risco tanto o meu casamento e quanto a minha reputação. Prefiro ignorar essa paixão por medo de que um dia possa me consumir totalmente. Espero que o véu do esquecimento devolva nosso abraço apaixonado. Carinhosamente, Charles. Tinha antes, não sei, alguma coisa. Tipo, assinado CM. Caro Francis, aprendi recentemente com os pincéis da lei. Você deve ser mais cautelosa. Sua atração por rudes jovens vai te custar caro um dia. Homem dessa qualidade não deveria frequentar casebres e carregar sua pistola por toda parte.
This Dr. Tumblety seems to be attracted to men more than women. That much is clear. So, the doctor has a handgun, and he would use it to restrain young men, perhaps.
Eu não entendo como você se encontra nessa situação. Lembro-me do encontro em que você exclamou: Vicksburg é a chave. Esta guerra nunca vai acabar, até que a chave esteja no nosso bolso. Tantos mortos em Gettysburg caídos de modo que a chave deveria estar no nosso bolso no dia seguinte.
If this letter is addressed to him, it would appear our doctor is a veteran of the American Civil War. Vicksburg is the key. Now, that is interesting.
Vicksburg tem a ver ali com aquele negócio.
Going by its size, this enormous...
Vicksburg. É a chave. Tem alguma coisa de médico aqui? O dia seguinte, a chave. O dia seguinte do quê? Eu não entendo nada de guerra civil. O dia seguinte, dia 10?
I am under the impression that the dates written correspond to the battles, Holmes, but one is missing. I am under the impression that the dates written correspond to the battles, Holmes, but one is missing.
Velho, isso aqui eu não tenho noção do que pode ser esses.
I am under the impression that the dates written correspond to the battles, Holmes, but one is missing.
E agora, gurizada? dia seguinte a chave. Vitória.
I am under the impression that the dates written correspond.
Meu... Alguém entendeu? Tipo, eu não posso consultar as coisas aqui que eu tenho anotado. Fala Vicksburg e a chave. Isso não tá fazendo muito sentido na minha cabeça, gente. Tem 6 datas aqui. Aqui tem 5 espaços. 6 com esse, mas essa data não tá aqui. O dia seguinte a chave. Vicksburg a chave. Ah, a data é aqui. Tentar 12, 20. Setenta e um. Pacientes, estava difícil imaginar agora. Pois é, meu, tipo, eu não entendo nada de guerra civil, tá ligado? Se Vicksburg é a chave, então pode ser que seja Vitória.
I am under the impression.
Tá em cima disso, vamos tentar. Cara, não faz sentido, velho. Porque aqui tá certo o jeito das datas e aqui tá tipo ao contrário. Tipo 19/12/71, sabe? O dia seguinte, a chave. O dia seguinte do quê? Vicksburg é a chave. Esta guerra nunca vai acabar até que a chave esteja no nosso bolso. Tantos mortos em Gettysburg. Cara, de modo que a chave deveria estar no nosso bolso no dia seguinte. Eu vou ver se tem um mapa desse Gettysburg, uma bandeira. Daí o chapéu, tá ligado? Map não, flag. Ok, não tem. Tem dos confederados. Se pá, tem essa, vamos ver. Vamos ver se é isso. Ah, daí é foda, né, meu? Tipo, não sou americano pra saber dessas coisas, meu. Vamos ver se tem alguma dessas aqui. Não tem, velho. Não tem. Essa é dos. Daí um chapéuzinho, tá ligado?
I am under the impression that the dates written correspond to the battles, Holmes, but one is missing.
Cara, aqui vai ter que ser detonado. Eu não entendo nada de guerra civil. Eu vou ver se precisa ter algum conhecimento para fazer essa dedução. Se não precisar, aí eu tento fazer por mim. Mas eu acho que tem. Esse é o grande problema. O cara tem que... Deixa eu... Check the spill on broken glass on the floor left of the desk. Check the footprint in front of broken glass. Eu acho que eu não vi. Vamos inspecionar. Não, é sim.
There are a few pieces of a large glass jar.
É. Meio que fiz tudo, acho que tem que fazer nessa sala. E pelo que eu li ali, o cara tem que ter um conhecimento. Sabe? Porque não põe o...
Going by its size, this enormous
Dependência da
trunk must
República
be
do
a
Brasil
wardrobe.
também. Olha isso, mano. When the correct date, flag and the uniform are entered, the bar is pulled back. The dates are chronological. Deixa eu só ver uma coisa. Tipo, olha isso, tá ligado? O cara precisa ter um conhecimento. Vamos ver se essa é a primeira. Essa eu vi no detonado, tá? Isso aqui. Se a gente seguisse em ordem cronológica. 61, 62, 63. 61, 62. 61, 62, 63. Tem outro 63. Mas como é que essa vai ser? Bom, vamos ver. 17. Tipo, se fosse só assim, tudo bem, tá ligado? O cara conseguiria. Mas o que que essas bandeiras, esses negócios, velho? Sabe? Tipo, cara, não tem obrigação nenhuma em saber disso. Ó, vai ser sempre algo a ver com os Estados Unidos. Então, isso aqui. E é por ordem cronológica. 62, 63, 5, 2 do 5. 2 do 5, 63. O que que tem a ver com os Estados Unidos aqui? Tudo, tá ligado? Cara, tem que ir pelo chute. Entendeu? Tipo, essa parte eu não faço a mínima ideia como... Por quê? Entende? Tipo, por quê? Deixa eu abrir aí o chat e ver se vocês estão reclamando comigo. Nauane, buenas noches. Sim, é isso, tipo, em ordem alfabética, tudo bem. Mas, tipo, e essas combinações, tá ligado? Tipo, por que eu tenho que saber isso? Me passa só número, cara. Entendeu? Eu não sou americano, meu, não conheço. Gettysburg. E tem o Vicksburg, lembra? O dia seguinte, a chave. Então, vamos fazer Gettysburg. Aqui tem outro 63 que é depois, provavelmente é esse, ai... 03 07 63. Então não vai ser uma bandeira da Espanha, né? Vai ser uma assim, mais ou menos, sei lá. Nossa, que chega a dar um susto. Tipo, meu, por que essa bandeira, tá ligado? Tipo, o dia seguinte é a chave. Então, o que que a gente tem aqui? A gente tem 9 do 4 do 65. Se tá seguindo uma ordem cronológica, então será que é o dia seguinte é esse? 04 07 do 63.
Elementary.
Eu precisei ver a primeira, tá ligado? A resto eu deduzi, mas tipo, como não sendo americano eu vou conseguir fazer isso? Esse é o problema, velho.
Watson, can you tell me at a glance what these organs are?
I would say that they are parts of female reproductive organs.
Are these specimens fresh?
No, and I am quite certain of it. From the colour and appearance, I'd say these organs have been in these jars for several months, if not years.
Let's go to Baker Street.
Is there someone here?
Yes.
What's going on, Finley? You seem to be in a panic.
The two police officers wanted to know if someone suspicious had entered here. The Whitechapel killer has struck again, and if I understood correctly, he killed 2 women in the past few hours.
Where?
I don't know. The police didn't tell me anything.
Quick, Holmes. We must catch up with them.
Certainly not, Watson. Mr. Finley, do you know if the doctor had any other pieces of luggage up there apart from this trunk?
1 or 2, I think.
Do you take care of the doctor's laundry?
My wife does laundry for the tenants once a week. The sheets likewise.
Would you be kind enough to let us know as soon as possible if the doctor shows up again?
Certainly. I'm just worried that he won't be back, you see, and I'm annoyed about my keys.
Holmes, I don't follow.
The Whitechapel killer is, at this very moment, very close by, and we are just staying put, twiddling our thumbs.
The Whitechapel killer has always been nearby, and what will we do? Go back to the scene of the crime or crimes and mix with the onlookers and trample the crime scenes even more? No, our time will come. Let's return to Baker Street.
Let's go back to Baker Street. Home, sweet home. We were less than 200 feet away from the first victim a few minutes before she was murdered. We might even have heard the murderer's voice, and we haven't done a thing for the past week.
You're the one not doing anything, Watson. For my part, I have been working, and as you know, I've made good use of this week by tracking down and verifying all of the solid facts on these two murders to write up the notes that are on my desk, read them over again and try to gain a bit of perspective.
Lee Stride, apelido Long Liz, 45 anos, altura em 76, prostituta ocasional. A vítima foi encontrada morta por Louis James Schultz à 1 da manhã de 30 de setembro. Os dois médicos estimaram o tempo da morte em 12h46. Causa da morte, hemorragia devido a um ferimento na garganta. O local da descoberta foi no interior do pátio do Yard Dutfield, as portas que levam até a rua Burner, em Whitechapel, a apenas alguns centímetros das instalações do Clube Internacional dos Trabalhadores. A reunião terminou por volta das 11h30 da noite. Um americano presente naquela noite disse que ele estava no pátio às 12h20 da manhã. Ele foi para a rua, mas não viu nada. Duas testemunhas foram citadas pela imprensa. O policial Smith, que estava fazendo sua ronda no bairro na noite em questão, e um húngaro com o nome de Schwartz, que fez sua declaração na delegacia, acompanhado de um intérprete, pois ele não fala inglês. Olha o erro, pois ele não fala inglês. Legal. Nota sobre o assassinato de Catherine Eddowes. Catherine Eddowes, 46 anos, autora de 65, prostituta ocasional. A vítima foi encontrada morta às 1h44 da manhã, em 30 de setembro, pelo policial Watkins. A vítima sofreu várias mutilações. A vítima foi encontrada esticada em um canto escuro da Mitre Square. Mitre Square foi visitada às 1h30 da manhã pelo policial Watkins, procedendo da rua Mitre às 1h42 da manhã, pelo policial Harvey, vindo da passagem da igreja. Os dois policiais não notaram nada de suspeito na área, mas deve-se notar que o policial Harvey não entrou no Mitre Square, ao contrário do policial Watkins. O avental branco foi encontrado sobre o cadáver com uma parte faltando. A parte faltando foi encontrada em seguida, às 2h55 na noite do assassinato pelo policial Alfred Long, que insiste que o objeto não estava presente no momento da sua primeira patrulha às 12h20. Pedaço do avental manchado de sangue foi encontrado no átrio da entrada principal para as escadas 108 e 119. Wentworth, modelo na rua Goulston. Inscrição a seguir foi escrito com giz bem na entrada, um pouco acima do avental. Os judeus não são os homens que serão culpados por nada. O modelo de construção das habitações Wentworth, que é quase exclusivamente ocupado por israelitas, e foi decidido a pagar a inscrição antes do amanhecer.
I have read and reread them, but give me something to do then. A task where I can get stuck in, because...
Find me a slaughterhouse that will give us exclusive use of its block for an hour, and find me, in your opinion, which common animal shares the most characteristics with humans from a physiological point of view?
Pig?
I don't even know why I asked that question. Pray, find a dozen fresh pig's heads, Watson. Not big heads, I prefer small ones.
Sows?
That's it, Watson. As soon as you have done that, let me know. I request that you search in Whitechapel. Who knows, perhaps you will learn something about where Dr. Tumblety may be hiding. There is also no shortage of slaughterhouses and pig's heads in those parts.
Vou no banheiro, tá, galera? Já volto. voltei. Ô, gurizada, não esperava que esse jogo ia ser tão longo e tão difícil, né? Podia ter uns puzzles de Divina Comédia, como tem um quadro aqui, né? Alguma coisa assim. Aí eu ia conseguir de primeira, né? Cara, Guerra Civil da América, no jogo inglês, tá ligado? Nada a ver, brother. Vamos para Whitechapel. Vamos procurar na Pet Shop, vai que...
What a ridiculous idea to have asked Holmes for something to do. Where on earth am I going to find what he wants? Perhaps that kind Lucy will be able to help me.
Quem que é o Lucy mesmo?
No, that's no use. I must go to Miss Bella's. I must go to Miss Bella's.
Tá aí, são Miss Belas.
Good evening, Lucy. But is something wrong?
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Yes, it's my uncle. He's no longer with us.
Please accept my condolences, miss.
Thank you, Doctor. But why are you here? Can I help you?
My request may sound rather strange, but do you know if there is a butcher's or slaughterhouse in the area where pigs are killed?
Yes, Fletcher's the man. He was a regular client, owner of a little butcher's shop not far. But Miss Bella didn't want him to come, as long as he didn't treat his awful sickness.
Can you point to his shop on my map?
Certainly.
Do you know anything about the two latest murders?
Oh, goodness me, no. All the girls in the neighbourhood are terrified. Who will be next? That's what everyone is asking.
Goodbye, Lucy.
Until next time, perhaps, Doctor.
Perhaps.
Ah, there's Fletcher's butcher shop. Closed due to illness. If the proprietor is ill, the butcher's block is probably not being used. Perhaps I can use it. Now, where could a sick
No hospital, né? Cara, até médico.
Yes, if Fletcher is ill, he should be...
Devia saber, né, Watson? Tá doido?
Yes, if Fletcher is... Yes, if Fletcher is ill, he should be here.
Esses bugzinhos no jogo me irritam demais, cara.
Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Dr. Gibbons. I have come to see you because I was wondering if, by any chance, you happen to have a patient by the name of Fletcher, a butcher, who would have relinquished his shop due to illness. An illness caught during nocturnal encounters, if you catch my drift.
Fletcher is one of the regulars at the clinic. Mercury treatment against syphilis. A night with Venus, a lifetime with Mercury. He left London a fortnight ago for the fresh country air. Why is he of interest to you?
Oh, no reason. I'm more interested in using his shop, only for an hour or so. Would he have left his keys with family in the area?
He has none left, but he must have left Hardiman, the cat's meat seller, to oversee his shop. They're in business, they're good friends.
Do you know where he can be found?
No, but wander around the neighbourhood and listen for his beep beeps. He often passes in front of the clinic. Besides...
Vamos lá pro bip então, né?
It's me that you're looking for, sweetheart.
Actually, no. I am looking for the cat food seller, Hardiman.
Hardiman? Poor Hardiman? It isn't quitting time for him yet. That gives me some time to wander the streets before he shows
Sim,
up
os bugs são
and with him all the
insuportáveis.
cats hereabouts.
Do you know where he lives?
Sure, and for a copper I might even tell you.
Here are a few coins.
You're too kind, Governor. Well, these days I knows that he lives with his mammy on Hanbury Street, in the same place where Dark Annie bled to death.
Pra botar os ensinamentos? Sim, tinha calma.
Why did you call him poor Hardiman?
Bah, he's in grieving, of course. Just a few weeks ago he lost his wife, and 3 months before that his girl, poor fella. He was in tatters. Even came to cry on my shoulder, believe it or not.
Well, I must leave you. I must go to Hanbury Street.
Tá aí o carinha dos gatos, meu. Ah, o que ele falou, não? Vamos ver. Oi, assim que é mais rápido. Cabriolézinho.
I have no reason to go that way.
Aqueles bugs que... Tipo, o cara fala... tem uma fala antes de executar uma ação. Daí se tu pular a fala dele, ele não executa a ação, tá ligado?
I have no reason to go that way.
Vamos ver
You
se...
want to relax a little, mice?
Eu vim pra cá antes, né? Eu não tava prestando atenção quando ele falou qual rua que era pra ir.
I have no reason to go that way.
Ah, tudo bugado aqui.
I must go to Hanbury Street.
Ah, tá, é outra.
This is the building in which poor Annie Chapman was killed.
Beep beep. Beep beep.
Hello, are you Mr. Hardiman?
That's me.
I am Dr. Watson. I have come to see you about Fletcher's shop. I would like to use it for an hour or two, if you have the keys and your rates are reasonable.
Do you want to operate on someone in the butcher's?
Not at all. One of my friends needs it to prepare pig's heads.
Well, why not? Fletcher certainly wouldn't mind, but there's a problem.
A problem? How so?
This morning, the neighbour above broke his key in the door. The old boy must have already had a drink.
So?
Well, I tried my best to unjam it with Fletcher's spare key, which is pretty thin, and bam, that one broke too.
Hard luck. But if you have the end of the broken key, perhaps it can be fixed.
It must still be upstairs. I didn't pick it up. Fletcher has a key too, so I didn't think it was a problem. Fancy, if I just had another key with a simpler blade, I could copy it. I'm great at odd jobs.
Fine, I will try to find all of that. Well, see you later then.
Goodbye, sir.
I have no reason to go that way.
Oh, no. But what a... Ah, how dreadful. Kebabs, the same as Hardiman's. So he prepares his meat here.
Que nojo.
My word. These are innards. This bag contains butcher's equipment. Where can I find a key with a simpler blade? On a worthless door, perhaps. This key was left inadvertently. Indeed, there is nothing terribly precious inside. But what a stench! Have you found everything I need to remake the key? There you go. I think you'll manage with all of this.
I'm sure I will, sir. It won't take me long.
Say, I think there's some of your business upstairs.
Oh, you're right. I ain't had the time to sort it out. Sometimes I'm in such a hurry to prepare my meat that I forget to clean up.
But why do it in the stairwell?
Offal bleeds bucket loads, they do, as you've seen. Now, why would I do that in my own lodgings?
Ah, of course. But what about your poor neighbours?
They owe it to me, all the times I've helped them out. And I don't have a shop either.
Say, you sell animal meat, isn't that right? Would you know where I could find a dozen small pig's heads?
The guy who gets me my offal should have some.
I'll pay your day's wages if you meet me at Fletcher's butcher shop in 2 hours with the pig's heads. Here's a little advance.
I'll do my best, Doctor.
The caretaker of another building told us that the place where your mother lives has a reputation for facilitating prostitutes' activities. Is that true?
Sure, the doors are never closed. They come through here like it's Paddington Station.
By the way, I heard about your loss. My condolences.
Ta, sir. I saw them die slow deaths. My little girl, her face was eaten by the disease.
Thank you, my friend, and please forgive me for bringing up such painful memories.
Go, I must do my rounds, and I will look for what you've asked for.
As for me, I will go and find Holmes, and we will go to the butcher's together. Let's return to Fletcher's butcher shop.
Your heads are on the block inside. Say, you wouldn't be the same chap who bought my whole load the other day.
It's possible, but if you want to continue to do business together, you mustn't speak of my presence in the area to anyone.
Don't worry, my lord. I'll be as quiet as a church mouse.
Holmes, will you explain the reason and rhyme behind this masquerade?
Elementary. We shall conduct an experiment that will allow us to answer a simple question. Does the type of weapon used by the killer correspond to a specific profession? And here are our sow's heads. Congratulations, Watson.
You're welcome, Holmes, but what do you really want to do? Take up a collection?
I need something. This wheel is broken and prevents the door from sliding. This wheel is broken and prevents the door from sliding. This wheel is broken and prevents the door from sliding. I need more information. There is nothing further to find in this room, Watson. However, I need some knives. Our only hope is behind this door. There, this door is slightly raised. This wheel is broken and elementary. While I prepare our experiment, could you find me 2 knives? A small one, somewhat larger than a pocket knife, with a large, sharp blade. We'll need it to separate the bones and to cut through the thick skins. Then find me a long knife that's at least 13 inches long, no shorter, that's sharp and has a thick blade.
Fine, Holmes, but I'd like to tell you about Hardiman. Do you know that he prepares his kebabs himself, and...
That he owns butcher's tools and uses offal? That's obvious, Watson. Pray, take my magnifying glass and my rule and get started, Watson. Find me these 2 knives.
No, Holmes only needs... Thanks to the magnifying glass, I can find a small knife that matches Holmes's description.
Já peguei aquelas duas mesmo? Acho que não, né? Eu acho que eram.
No, Holmes only needs 2 knives.
Então agora eu volto pra ele.
Here are your knives, Holmes.
No, Watson.
Como é que eu faço pra largar elas? Ah. Treze centímetros de comprimento, mais curta. Tá, vamos ver. Uma pequena, pouco maior do que um canivete, com uma lâmina grande e afiada. Com uma lâmina grande e afiada. Um pouco maior que o canivete. Nós vamos precisar dela para separar os ossos. Tá, primeiro uma faca longa de pelo menos 13 centímetros de comprimento, mais curta, que seja acentuada e tenha uma lâmina grossa.
Fragments of cartilage. Large size. Large size. Fragments of cartilage. With the rule, I must find a large knife.
Tá aí. Agora não tá em centímetros isso, vai ajudar em porra nenhuma.
Fragments of cartilage. Fragments of cartilage. Large size. Fragments of cartilage. Here are your knives, Holmes.
No, Watson.
Ai, coisa chata. Ainda eu tenho que tirar do inventário. Ou eu posso simplesmente fazer assim? Ah, eu posso fazer assim. Um pouco maior que um canivete. Isso aqui não vai ser toda quebrada.
Here are your knives, Holmes.
No, Watson.
Treze centímetros. Ah, eu tenho que medir toda a faca, não a lâmina.
Size, 13 inches. Size, 11 inches.
Tá, então uma é essa.
Size 10 inches. Size 7 inches.
Pouco pequena, pouco maior do que um canivete, com uma lâmina grande e afiada. Ah, velho, que parece um canivete é essa? Mas tá toda... Vai saber também, né? Jogo bugado.
Here are your knives.
No, Watson.
Toma é aquela.
Here are your knives, Holmes.
No, Watson.
Here are the knives you asked for. Be careful, they're awfully sharp. Holmes, I must say that this experiment is making me rather uneasy. Comparing animal heads to these poor women.
You're right, Watson, but this somewhat shocking experiment may help to end this massacre and save other victims. You can be sure of that. Look, these pigs' heads are still bloody, which will suit our experiment perfectly. I have a pocket knife and a scalpel with me. With the two knives you just brought me, we have a similar array of weapons as those probably used by the killer. We saw 3 types of throat wounds on the deceased attributed to this man, those intended to slit the throat, those intended to decapitate, and the more superficial yet mortal wound that led to the death of the unfortunate victim in Dutfield's yard, Miss Stride. With the help of these 4 knives, we are going to try to recreate these wounds on the pigs' heads and see what we can establish about the weapon or weapons used. We may also be able to rule out Miss Stride as a victim of the killer of the other 3. Let's try to use these weapons on this head to obtain a large deep wound to the throat, like those that were noted on 3 of the 4 victims.
Tá vendo?
Look, Watson, this knife easily penetrates the flesh.
Tá, é isso?
This pocket knife is very sharp, but its blade is too thin. This little knife is very sharp and has a very wide blade.
Nem vou tentar.
The wound is too shallow. Look, Watson, this knife easily penetrates the flesh.
Ah, tá. Entendi.
Let's try to decapitate our victim with these tools, knowing that the killer didn't quite manage to do it.
Charming.
Look, Watson, this little knife with a wide base can easily slice the vertebrae of our porcine friend. The blade of this pocket knife is too
Esse mais fino ainda.
With a scalpel, the wound is
Também não foi.
This knife with a long blade easily slices.
É a primeira que eu vi, essa aqui. Só pra garantir. Essa.
Look, Watson, this little knife. Let's see if these knives can inflict a mortal wound in a situation where a single quick blow is given. The scenario in question is that of Dutch. In using the cutting edge of this pocket knife's blade, I can scrape the skin. Look, Watson, the blade sinks easily into the flesh. It cuts through the flesh easily as the blade is so sharp. This particularly sharp blade can make a deep gash with one quick slice. Let's see if these knives can inflict a mortal wound in a situation where a single quick... This particularly sharp blade can make a deep gash. Let's see if these knives can... In using the cutting edge of this pocket knife... Look, Watson, the blade sinks easily into... Let's try to use these weapons on this... This little knife is very sharp and has a very wide blade. Look, Watson, this knife easily penetrates the flesh. This little knife is very sharp and has a very wide blade. Let's try to use these weapons. Let's try to use these weapons on this head to obtain... Let's try to use these weapons. Look, Watson, this knife... Let's try to decapitate our victim with these tools, knowing that the killer didn't quite...
Charming.
Let's see if these knives can inflict a mortal wound in a situation where a single... In using the cutting edge of this pot... It cuts through the flesh easily. Let's see if these knives can...
Tá, não é isso também. Porra.
Let's try to decapitate...
Charming.
This knife with a long blade easily slices...
Sei lá. A 2 só pode ser
Charming.
essa aqui, meu.
Let's try to use these weapons. This pocket knife is very sharp. The wound is too shallow. This little knife is very sharp and has a very wide blade. This little knife is very sharp and has a very wide blade. Let's see if these knives can... Look, Watson, the blade sinks in. Let's try to use these weapons.
É esse aqui. 2 é só do 3. E o que que estão fazendo aqui? Essas facas.
Let's see if these knives can inflict a mortal wound in a... Let's see if these knives can... Let's see if these knives can... Let's see if these knives can... It cuts through the flesh. This particularly sharp blade can make a deep gash with one quick... In using the cutting edge of this pocket knife's blade, I can scrape the...
Já tentei, sim. Que eu não consigo... Então, não entendi.
Let's see if these knives can... Look, Watson, the blade sinks...
Sim, isso é minha barriga roncando. Cara... Depois de ter selecionado uma ou várias facas para cada ferida, selecione uma ou várias facas e coloque-as na seção de armas do crime. Como?
Let's try to use these weapons. Look, Watson, this knife...
Não precisa fazer o corte. Cara, porque eu não tô conseguindo botar aqui, hein? O que eu tenho que fazer? Impressão minha ou bugou o jogo?
Let's see if these knives can...
Ah, tá, eu acho que é isso. Não? Não. Não, não é isso. Sei lá, meu. Opa, vou deixar lurcando aqui. Tô indo escrever boa, mas não. Depois de ter selecionado uma ou várias facas para cada ferida, selecione uma ou várias facas e coloque-as na seção de armas do crime. Que eu acho que é isso aqui, né? Bom. Onde é a seção de armas do crime? Não deve ser aqui, né? Gente, o que aconteceu, cara?
Let's try to decapitate our victim with these tools, knowing that...
Charming.
Tá, essa é essa aqui, não tem... Tá, tô clicando agora em todos os botões possíveis, tentar alguma coisa. Não acontece nada. Ai, ai. Pois é, Parquinho. Vou ter que olhar no detonado de novo, velho. Fala aqui, selecione a quarta faca e coloque no empty frame. Será que eu preciso habilitá-la aqui também?
Let's try to use these weapons. Elementary.
Ah, jogo. Explica direito, velho. Ah, eu tenho que acertar
Let's try to
aqui.
decapitate our victim.
Charming.
Tá, é isso? Ou não? Experimento 1, tá?
Let's try to decapitate our victim with these tools, knowing that the killer didn't quite manage to do it.
Charming.
Que não tá dando elementary.
Look, Watson, this little... Let's try to decapitate...
Charming.
Nenhuma, então.
Let's see if these knives can... Let's
Cara,
try
alguém
to decapitate
entendeu aí
Sean.
o que é pra fazer? Cara, acho que eu tentei todas as combinações possíveis, né? Que não tá dando elementary.
Look, Watson, this little knife... The blade of this pocket knife is... With a scalpel, the... Elementary.
Ah, eu tenho que cortar na cabeça do porco. Olha isso. Eu tenho que cortar na cabeça do porco sem reiniciar. Entendeu? Ai, é por isso que não tava dando. Aqui, acho que foi todas. Mas igual, vamos aqui. Vamos aqui.
Look, Watson, the blade sink. This particularly sharp. In using the cutting edge of this elementary.
Sim, é óbvio que é a quarta, tá ligado?
That's it, Watson.
Porra.
The big knife.
Não precisa fazer
With
isso,
respect to the
meu.
opinion of the medical
Ah, que jogo mal
examiners who noted
traduzido,
that a
cara.
butcher's knife with a long blade would have caused the eviscerations on some of the victims, we can assume, Watson, that he only used this type of weapon as it is capable of inflicting all of the wounds displayed.
Tô falando desde o início que era aquela
Furthermore,
faca,
the
tá ligado?
Dudfield's Yard murder remains attributable, for the moment, to the Whitechapel killer, if we are able to explain why the murderer used his knife in a different manner. Why not go there now? We will try to reenact the killer's actions that night. Our first objective will be to clarify, one way or another, the statements of Constable Smith, as well as this Hungarian by the name of Schwartz. We must also try to find out more about the
E
international
pior que, tipo, nem pelo
working men's
detonado. Eu fui
educational
só uma
club
tentativa e
underneath
erro, tá
which the
ligado?
murder took place.
Eu não entendi
Perhaps
o que
at
eu quero
the
fazer, porque
Wasp's
eu já
Nest.
tinha feito tudo.
Yes, let's go to Dudfield's Yard or wherever, but quickly. I am
Sim,
in
partilhe
urgent
só
need
por
of
causa
fresh
disso.
air.
Ei, Grilo, bom
Let's
dia.
go to the Wasp's Nest.
Bom dia pra esse jogo bugado que tá me tirando do sério, cara. Bah.
Don't forget that Bluto may still be hiding here. I will try to find out more inside. You, Watson, must intercept the policeman on his rounds. Given the hour and a bit of luck, it will be Smith. Try to get some information from him.
Understood, Holmes.
Acabando a paciência com esse jogo.
Hello. Your Jack the Ripper is on everyone's lips and written in all of the papers. You must be awfully proud of yourself. You have skill, that's for certain. It's a shame you use it to mask rather than discover the truth.
You better believe that I'm going to find out who it is. I got a hold of old Schwartz's interpreter. You know, the Hungarian who saw Liz Stride get it. Doesn't speak a word of English. And when he went round to the station, another Jew went along to interpret. I found that bloke, and he repeated everything that had been said at the station. It won't be long before I find these fellows.
Why do you say these fellows? Were there several of them?
Do you not read the papers, or what? Well, given the rubbish that you read sometimes, let me explain. At
Grilo, nem é tão
12:45
bom dia
Schwartz
assim
goes
não.
down
Meu
Burners
Instagram e
Street
Discord
towards
foram
Fairclough,
roubados.
on the side of the
Caralho,
road where the
velho.
Workers' Club is.
Tem uma pessoa que me
Bit
segue e
further
também
from there,
teve o
just the
Instagram
inducted yards
roubado,
with
velho.
doors. A chap had
Por causa do
admitted
estresse, acabei
arguing.
discutindo com minha mãe. Ah, pode crer,
The
meu.
Star said that the bloke wanted to push the girl into
É
Dudfield's
difícil mesmo a
yard,
situação,
but the
cara. Espero
translator
que melhore, hein.
Schwartz saw him pulling her towards the
Espero
road.
mesmo.
She doesn't want to follow. He grabs her by the shoulders and throws her to the ground. She falls a bit, but not too loudly. Old Schwartz is scared, crosses to the other side, but continues in the same direction. The bloke with the girl notices him and yells, "Lipsky!" At the same time, another bloke at the corner of Fairclough and Burner who was lighting his pipe gets in on the action. He starts coming towards Schwartz in a menacing way, and Schwartz takes to his heels, doesn't see anything else. Once he finds out that a woman got herself killed, he went to testify and identified Long Liz Stride as the woman he saw getting thrown about. So there were definitely two blokes, mate. But why am I telling you all this?
In vino veritas. I'll take my leave then, Mr. Bulling.
That's right. Till next time.
No, I can't do that. No, I can't do that.
Enroladinho? Obrigado. Hã? Mas no enroladinho é bom. Traz água. Enroladinhos de salsicha. Aqui. O Bill falou, perdi tudo que escrevi sobre o meu segundo livro, mais de 3.000 páginas. Ué, tava no Discord ou no Instagram? Parquinho falou pro Grilo, nessa live você vai se estressar mais com esses bugs do jogo, sim. Tá, mas tava aonde, cara? Tava no Instagram, teu livro? Não entendi essa parte. Pips.
I have no reason to go that.
Deixa eu comer. Mas, ô Grilo, tu pode pensar que, tipo, 3.000 palavras não é muita coisa, cara. Tipo, um capítulo, tá ligado? Pega, reescreve. Eu também, quando meu PC foi criptografado, eu perdi muita coisa. Assim, eu tive que reescrever tudo, sabe? Mas eu reescrevi e ficou melhor. Muito bom esse enroladinho.
A draft, my good man.
Here, sir.
Tell me, was it not a mere stone's throw away from here that the Whitechapel killer struck last week?
That'd be Jack the Ripper, that's his name. Slit the throat of a working girl in a small courtyard over there behind them big wooden doors.
Below the Workers' Club?
The very spot, below Lipsky and Co. I wouldn't be surprised if Jack was one of them, if you catch my drift.
Lipsky and Company. Do you mean to say that someone called Lipsky runs this club?
Nah, it's just that it's full of Jews. In Whitechapel, we call them all Lipskys, like that Lipsky who killed that girl in Batty Street last year.
Oh, really?
Last year, a Jew named Israel Lipsky killed a lass who was 6 months pregnant by making her drink acid. One trial and one protest by rabbis later, and he was hanging. By those who don't much like him, the Jews are called Lipskys.
Is the term Lipskys used to refer to the Jews in the area, and is this club frequented by Jews?
You got it. Socialist Jews even. They spend their evenings hollering, singing. I've seen them spitting on the bosses.
Eu já sei onde ir agora. Depois lá naquele clube de judeus socialistas.
No more her than any other. The working girls don't drum up business too much in this street. They need a reason to end up here.
Tem que postar foto no Instagram, pera aí. Porque não tá pegando. Isso aqui é outro username. Quero marcar a pessoa. Vou publicar uma fanart. Saco. Ah, é Everybody. Tá escrito errado.
Very well. Goodbye.
Cheers.
First and foremost, I must find P.C. Smith. Good evening, Constable.
Good evening, sir.
I am Dr. Watson. Would you happen to be P.C. Smith, the man who patrols this beat?
That's me. And you work with the famous Sherlock Holmes, don't you? What can I do for you?
I believe you were on duty the night when the murder took place here. You would certainly be able to confirm a few details, such as the time of death that the medical examiner gave.
It's just that I wasn't there when the body was discovered. I don't think I can help you.
But I was told that you had seen the victim that very night.
Indeed. But it was before the murder. I saw her, not far from here. She was talking to a man. It was around 12:30 or 12:35 a.m.
What did this man look like?
I only saw him from behind, really. He was wearing a short black outfit, a small felt hat like a cap in a dark colour, and a white collar. He seemed to be a respectable type. He was carrying a packet in his hand, wrapped in newspaper, about 18 inches long and about 6 inches wide.
His outfit reminds me of someone that I know. Was he a large man, on the older side?
I don't think so, no. Even though I only saw him from behind, I would say that he was barely 30 years old, or even less. Say 28, or even less. 26 years old, and 5 foot 8 inches tall at the very most. He had a small dark brown moustache and an olive complexion, I would say. But once again, I only caught a brief glimpse of his face in three-quarter profile.
Nobody else saw this man?
I discussed this previously with Mr. Eagle, the president of the Workers' Club. That night he returned around 12:40 a.m. to the club. He used the passage through Dutfield's yard to get into the club because the main door was locked. He can attest that he didn't see anyone else in the passage at that time, but wasn't really paying attention to who else might have been in Burner Street itself. He was listening to the song coming from the club. In short, no one else saw him.
Well, thank you for having satisfied my curiosity, my friend.
A fine evening to you, Doctor.
Muito diálogo no jogo, né? Ai, ai.
Well, Watson, let's go to Dutfield's yard.
O pessoal tá falando aí. Infelizmente até pode ser pouco, mas até o momento estava sendo o meu maior projeto. Estava tão empolgado fazê-lo cheio de ideias, agora perdi totalmente vontade, graças a tudo que aconteceu hoje. Também, mas o Instagram foi hackeado e o Discord, é isso? Tu tava escrevendo pelo Discord? Isso que eu queria saber. Cara, segue em frente, essas coisas acontecem. Você pode escrever de novo quando estiver mais calmo no tédio. É verdade, Parkinley. Eu também fiquei bem desmotivado. Imagina, cara, eu perdi muita coisa. O meu computador todo foi criptografado, né? Também teve o lance do canal. Mas o cara não pode desistir, meu. Esse clube aí dos judeus. Acho que é perto do bar.
Dutfield's Yard. Here is the Workers' Club, next to Dutfield's Yard. On this poster is written, Club for Socialist Jews, the Your interrogation of P.C. Smith has proven to be very shrewd and of great interest. Thanks to the information I've managed to gather and that you were able to read in my notes in Baker Street, Watson, we can recreate what happened that fateful night at this location, Dutfield's Yards to be precise, the site of Liz Stride's murder. Midnight, the Socialist Club meeting ends. The members, mainly Jewish men, gradually begin to leave the club in little groups or alone. "12:20 a.m. The American leaves the Socialist
É que os
Club
caras
for some
põem
fresh air.
12 e
The
20, tá
street is
ligado?
deserted. "12:30 to 12:35 a.m. Smith notices Liz Stride talking to the man with the package. "12:40 a.m. Eagle, the president of the club, enters the Workers' Club via the passageway through Dutfield's Yard. He passed through Dutfield's Yard. If Liz Stride had already been killed, he would have had to walk over her. The murder, therefore, had not yet happened. 12:43 a.m. Israel Swartz passes by Dutfield's Yard and witnesses the attack on Liz Stride. 12:44 a.m. Schwartz crosses to the other side of the road. The attacker sees him and yells, "Lipsky." The attacker must have shouted to his accomplice at the end of the road, "Lipsky," indicating at Schwartz using his head in an attempt to scare off this undesirable. "12:45 a.m. Schwartz runs away, followed for a short distance by this man. 1 a.m. Mr. Diemschutz wants to enter with his cart, but the pony refuses. We know that the murder took place between 12:45 and 1 a.m. Mr. Diemschutz, therefore, must have disturbed the killer. Let's place Liz Stride's murder on the timeline, Watson. "12:45 to 1 a.m. The murder of Liz Stride. It took place in this very spot, as the traces of blood were very confined. We will come back to this point in a few moments to elaborate on what could have happened. Well, we are still missing certain information in order to finish this investigation, Watson. Watson, imagine the victim laid down there on the ground. The throat, there is but one clean cut, slightly slanted downwards. Her right hand, it is bloody, as is her wrist. Her left hand, it is closed around a bag of pastils. The ground is muddy. The throat, there is. Her left hand, it is. Her knees and dress, they are clean. This door leads to the club for Jewish socialist workers. This door leads to the club.
Os joelhos e a parte inferior do vestido na frente estão limpos e o chão está sujo. A vítima não lutou no chão. A vítima foi morta deitada pelo sangue. O ferimento do pescoço está limpo, vindo da direita e ligeiramente oblíquo descende. Nossa, fudido, hein? Existe apenas um ferimento que provou ser mortal, a vez de ter o pescoço torcido. Não tem sinais disso, né? Apenas um ferimento superficial no pescoço. Assim deu o golpe de baixo, assim deu o golpe por cima, assim deu o golpe na sua altura. Por cima. Nossa, olha, é difícil esse. É mais alto. Tem aproximadamente a mesma altura, eu acho. Baixo. Acho por cima. Tá difícil esse, hein? Vamos fazer os outros. Só esse aqui, velho. Que todos estão dando errado. Acho que tem aproximadamente a mesma altura. Pescoço torcido. Cara, foi morta deitada, velho. A vítima foi cuidadosa, limpou suas roupas. O chão está sujo. A vítima lutou no chão. A vítima foi morta deitada. A vítima foi morta em pé. A vítima não lutou no chão. Estava de costas. Deu golpe na sua altura. Pescoço torcido. Nossa, cara. Tá difícil essa. Meu Deus, velho. Porra. Aproximadamente na mesma altura. O golpe na sua altura. Bah, velho. A vítima não lutou. A vítima limpou suas roupas. Foi morta. Botou em pé. Nossa, cara, difícil, hein? Que eu acho que a vítima foi morta deitada. Estavam deitados. A vítima teve superficial não. Provou ser mortal. O assassino deu golpe na sua altura. Isso que eu acho. Nossa, é difícil essa. Ai, ai. Meu Deus, eu não consigo chegar numa conclusão aqui. Parquinho, se eu jogasse esse jogo já teria quebrado o computador, pois é. Cara, uma coisa é certa, ela foi morta deitada, tá ligado? Porque não tem sangue espirrado na parede, meu. Cara, tudo o resto tá certo.
The throat, there is but one clean cut, slightly slanted downwards. Her right hand, it is bloody, as is her wrist.
Dado por cima, cara, ó, por cima.
The throat, there is but one clean cut, slightly slanted downwards.
De cima para baixo. Essa parte tá certa, cara. Só essa parte. A vítima não lutou. A vítima foi morta deitada. A vítima foi cuidadosa. Vamos supor que foi em pé que o cara matou. Foi morta em pé. Ela foi cuidadosa, porque ela sujou o vestido. Mano. É que, tipo, a roupa dela tá limpa, tá ligado? Tipo, eles estavam deitados, meu. Morta deitada. Vou ter que olhar em detonado, eu acho. Ou tem alguma coisa faltando, ou... Olha, tá louco. Vítima não lutou no chão. Foi morta em pé.
We have two possibilities. The first is that Liz Stride's
Quero
killer
ver
and
se
the
vai
attacker
mostrar.
seen by Schwartz were one and the same man. The second is that Liz Stride meets a client. After some discussion, they head towards Dutfield's yard.
Estavam em pé porque não escorreu o sangue na roupa dela, tá
the
ligado? Não faz
attacker
sentido.
appears while his accomplice keeps watch. Schwartz's arrival dissuades the two men from lingering. They leave the area and leave Liz Stride in a tense state, but glad to have kept her client. He will be her murderer. Both hypotheses are possible, but an incongruous detail will serve to corroborate one of them. An incongruous detail that we were able to establish regarding the Hanbury Street murder. Which one would that be, Watson? Look at the victim carefully, Watson, and tell me the link between the murder of Liz Stride and those of Nichols and Chapman. No, that's not it.
The bag of pastels, Holmes?
The bag of pastels. Indeed, Watson. If this woman had to defend herself against an attacker, why would she have held onto this bag in her hand? It didn't fall because this woman's hand tensed at the moment when she fell to the ground. Therefore, Watson, we know the killer distracted his victim's attention by making them take something out of their pockets. Why didn't he slit her throat like the others? He must have feared a struggle with this strong-willed woman. Why didn't he eviscerate her? Because Louis Diemschutz arrived.
Do you think the Whitechapel killer is behind this murder, Holmes?
Yes, and
Tu
now this
acha?
murder has been linked to its rightful
Mesmo modus
perpetrator. It will
operandi.
take on deeper meaning when we have examined the facts from that night. Let's go to Mitre Square, where Catherine Eddowes was killed. And make haste, Watson, as we have another murder to commit in 40 minutes. Here we are, Watson, Mitre Square. It took us a mere 20 minutes to get here. If the killer left Dutfield's yard around 1 o'clock, as we assume, he would have arrived here at around 1:20 a.m. We know that Catherine Eddowes' body was discovered at 1:44 a.m.
Não tinha como ele
Catherine
matar
was
ela
released from prison around 1
em
o'clock,
pé,
but
velho.
we have no information as to what she could have been doing until her death. This place
Sim,
has
o
3 possible ways
sangue cai
out.
pra
Let's see where they lead.
roupa dela.
As a precaution, I brought an old map of the area with me. It will help us get our bearings.
Let's hurry, Holmes. This neighborhood makes me ill at ease.
Cara, eu vou salvar o jogo. Eu vou dar um tempo desse jogo, que hoje não foi legal que nem ontem. Aí eu volto amanhã, provavelmente, ou depois. Não sei quando eu vou lançar o vídeo do Sinal dos 4, beleza? Então é isso aí, galera. Valeu quem ficou até aqui. E até mais.